And we welcome here to Wichita. This game will
Last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
If he doesn't show up, I'm did it for the football games like 3, 4. I have a job. I have straight A's.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience.
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Hey, I want to talk on the thing. No, don't. Hey, guys.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience.
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best. One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose,
One of a
joined
parent's
alongside
biggest
by
worries
Austin
is letting their teen
for
get behind the
tonight's
wheel of a
varsity
vehicle.
women's matchup between the Valley Center Hornets and the Andover Central Jaguars. Your Hornets coming off a big win, 49-39 over the Ark City Bulldogs, and that was a statement when they needed after coming off an unfortunate losing streak that they had there for a while, and it seemed like they were going to struggle for a while to break it, but they did it was Tuesday at Ark City, and they played quite a game, and that was great to see. And Austin, what did you see in that game from the Hornets that they need to keep up here tonight to get a win against 6-1 Andover Central?
Well, Caleb, what I loved was the Hornets were being able to utilize Cassie Kinnenberg. And we've talked about how this offense, they kind of run through Kinnenberg. Well, the good thing about the Ark City game was Kinnenberg was having a big game. She had over 20 points, I know. She had 22. So she had a big game, but then it opened up and created more offense for some of the other players too, and they got their chances around the arc and inside. And the other thing I liked about that game was the Hornets don't usually play very fast, but they controlled the tempo against Ark City, and they were able to get transition buckets. That really propelled them to that win.
And definitely that was great to see. That's one of the things that has been vital for this team this season is controlling the tempo. When they can do that, they can either make a comeback or eventually win the game. But it is Military Appreciation Night here in Valley Center High School, and we have special warm-up shirts for that, but we're going to do National Anthem first. Here are the starting lineup. First off for Andover Central, that's number 5, Bailey Wilborn. Wilborn averaging 13.4 points per game and 3 rebounds. First up here for the Hornets, Riley Ranzow, who has 2.4 points per game. And she's quite a passer, a good leader as a senior, and expect to see a lot out of her with a big matchup against Andover Central tonight. Next up here is number 11, that's Ellie Stearns. Stearns averaging almost 10 points a game and 4 rebounds. Here for the Hornets, number 4, Kylie Dawson. And she's a great defender, but really seen her offensive game take off. I believe she had 8 points last game. For the Andover Central Jaguars, that's number 14, Jaden Newfarmer. And here for the Hornets, sophomore number 10, Hallie Britton, who's been consistent as a sophomore this year. One of the few underclassmen who gets playing time on this team. Next up, number 22, Brittany Harshaw for the Andover Central Jaguars. She's averaging a whopping 15.4 points per game and 4.3 rebounds. And for the Hornets, number 3, Abby Wolf. We saw her three-point heat up a little bit more last game, and that was big to see. We'll see what she can do here tonight for the Andover Central Jaguars. Number 25, Maddie Amekpafor. And she's averaging 6.3 rebounds a game, 3 of those being offensive, so a player to watch out for on the offensive side of the ball. And rounding off the Hornets roster, you talked about her, Austin, 22 points last game, and that was incredible to see. She's going to open up this offense if she can continue to score here tonight. That's Cassie Kinnenberg. Who's the player to watch here for the Hornets, and who do we need to keep an eye on, Austin?
Well, tonight, the offense, I'm looking at your sheet right here. This Andover team averaged about 55 a game. And I'm not sure, I'm almost positive our Hornets have not scored 55 points yet this season. So they are going to have to come out strong if they want to get this big win. This is a league game. This goes towards the league tournament title. And, you know, as much as Coach Unruh believes this is a rebuilding year, it's also 5 years last year to play basketball. And all these seniors, talking to Kylie Dawson, Kinnenberg, you know, Kinnenberg's really the only one that has her eye on going to play at the next level. So these could be one of the last seasons that these girls are playing basketball, and they want to make the most of it. So tonight, getting a big win here would propel them to a better record than they had all of last year. And I think on the offensive side of the ball, people like Abby Wolf, Ranzout, Dawson need to get involved around the arc. but also on the inside, push the ball a little bit. This Andover Central team, we've watched them this year, and they are very good and very high pace, but that's a way to start off a game from right there from number 14, Abby Wolf, and she'll hit a 3. So, and then on this Andover Central team, they can all score. So the Hornets are gonna have to play this defense, work well for them all, and when they switch in, and again that against Salina Central, and so the Hornets, we have to be able to, right there, Andover Central, what they did was they crossed the ball. The Hornets are gonna have to be able to play fast and close out on this Andover. They want seed on the team tonight.
Well, most definitely. But one of the key things that facing a team like that have to have that I've seen the Hornets on this is problem solve. When a defense doesn't work, they're gonna change it at some point before the bleeding gets too bad, and that's great to see. That's one of the biggest parts that people who are in the rebuilding process don't mention when they're planning, and that's something the Hornets have done a good job of. When something isn't working, they're figuring out why it's not working, and they're trying to fix it.
And you talk about the improvement. Every game this season, the Hornets have improved in one category or another, and it's starting to become more evident that they can beat any team in the league. Let's see what they can do here tonight as Kylie Dawson tips the ball out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Jaguars. Play solid defense this inbound play up top. The Jaguars get it in the corner, off the mark from Wilborn, and Wolf Ranzow tried to get it up the floor. Ranzow gets it to Kinnenberg. Over to Wolf. Thought about the 3. She'll slow things down, try to run an offense for the Hornets.
Well, that first possession there that the Hornets scored on, the three-pointer from Abby Wolf, that's something they did. They took their time, and they try to control the tempo, and that's what they're really trying to do right now, slow down this offense and slow down their own offense so they can score points. That's what they're best at.
Well, there's a 3 from number 11, Stearns. It'll be off the mark, rebounded by your Hornets, and a foul called on on Andover Central, number 25, Emeka. So the Jaguars are going to put some pressure on the Hornets. Kinnenberg steps through and will be fouled. So an early 3 fouls committed by the Jaguars. You know, we've seemed to talk about it a lot. If the Hornets can stay out of foul trouble, they can succeed, and they can play 4 quarters of basketball, they will succeed. So I'm excited to see what the girls do tonight, as Andover Central's already getting into a little bit of foul trouble. Britton splits the defense. She'll slow things down. 5:18 here in this first quarter.
Well, adding up the stats, one thing that I've seen that's really been key for the Hornets in their 2 wins, they've outscored their opponents 43-23, and that's a solid margin in the second half. But in the first half, they've been outscored 44-40. So the biggest key in both of their wins has been their defense just completely shutting down the other team. At one point, a team against the Hornets, it was last week against Arc City, they didn't have a single point in the third quarter. And then in the third quarter of their first win, Conway Springs didn't have but 4 points in the third quarter. So really, the key is going to be just completely shutting down this offense or playing the best defense they can. That's going to be the key here tonight.
So the Hornets playing good defense on the backside, and that's going to be Harsaw who travels as she tried to make a move to get to the basket. Harshaw is 6 foot tall, and she's a sophomore for this Andover Central team.
Well, I talked about it. Harshaw can do just about everything. 4.3 rebounds a game, 2.3 steals, 15.4 points per game, and that's just incredible numbers. You're doing everything on the floor, and you're still managing to score a lot of points. And 55 points per game here for this Andover Central team, and she has 15 of them every night.
And here she is in the corner, shooting the three, gets it to go. An early 3-point lead for the Jaguars. So last time the Hornets were in action here at home, they played Katie Wagner from May South. And they were able to run this 2-3 defense and stop some of the good players that they faced this year. They've done it multiple times. They face good players in Kate Hackerott from Goddard and stuff. And they've relatively shut them down and got them frustrated. And I think if they can do that to some of these players like Harshaw and number 5, Wilborn, who we know how well they can score, then the Hornets are going to succeed tonight.
Well, I remember game 1, there's a player, I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but 29 points in one game, and the Hornets were furious about that, and they have every right to do that, so they're saying that at this point, we need to learn how to shut down key players, and up to this point, they've done it pretty well.
And that was Coash who turned it over. On the other side of the ball are the Jaguars. From the corner, off the mark from New Farmer. Coash with the rebound. And she'll bring it down the floor. In the corner, Meyer almost lost it. She's on the floor with it. And then Olivia Needens has the ball. So the offense is a little sloppy right now for both teams. Hornets giving the Jaguars some open looks. They just haven't been able to convert. And then on the other side of the ball, the Hornets haven't been getting anything easy, and they're turning the ball over. And I know we both have talked about it before. If the Hornets can limit the turnovers and then cause more turnovers on the other side of the ball, or if Andover Central can keep missing and have an off night shooting, they can't allow second points, and this team can pick up the third win of the season, I believe. So Dawson inbound it to Ranzow to set up the offense like he usually does. Coash drives baseline with the left hand. She'll go up and be fouled. Allie Coash going to the line, shooting 2 for the Hornets, trying to bring it within 1 point if she can make both. Her first is off the mark. Checking in for the Jaguars is Ellie Stearns. Coash drops her second 2-point ball game. 2:47 left in the first quarter. Abby Wolf Kinnenberg will come back in for the Hornets. And looking at this Andover Central roster, they are a very young team. They are a very disciplined team. A lot of juniors and sophomores on the court right now. And so the Hornets have the experience part. They just need to utilize the experience part to their advantage, and they got to play good, solid basketball. They can't turn the ball over like that. Coash, who is a freshman, and she's had a little bit of a problem this year turning the ball over. I can say that because she's my sister, and so she's just got to learn to take care of the ball, and she's got a promising future.
Well, really, that's one of the things this whole offense struggles with. When they don't turn over the ball, their offensive production is going to be incredible. It's going to be at the top it's ever been. But when they do have turnovers, it's going to be just the same every time.
So Wolf in the corner, trapped. Got it into Kinnenberg. She'll go up with it. Cassie Kinnenberg, her first points of the night, 3-point ball game. Hornets got to keep it close if they want to succeed in this game. We know how fast this Andover Central team can score. I remember watching the May South game, the very first game of the season. Hornets didn't have a game, so I made the trip out to Andover Central. And this Andover Central squad, I believe, went on a 17-2 run within a matter of about 3 minutes. And they ended up winning that game because they were able to score that fast. in so little of time. So the Hornets are known to running slow and not scoring as many points as most teams do, and they're going to have to play at their own pace, control the tempo tonight.
Well, one thing I'd like to mention on that last offensive possession, a triple team there on Cassie Kinnenberg, and yet she still manages to get the bucket there. That's just incredible. Another time reminded me last week, a late double with Kinnenberg in the post. She's got one defender on her when she catches the ball, turns around, and there's two, and she still makes it look so easy to score from that position, even though that's a really tough position to score from. She's just an incredible postman, and it clearly shows why they want to get the ball to her so much. A quick pick and roll there, and she'll get the bucket for two.
So under a minute to play, 50 seconds to be exact. New Farmer up top. Got it to Stearns. She's looking on the inside. And that was Harshaw who couldn't get the bucket to go. Kinnenberg with it. Hornets will probably slow things down, try to get the last shot of this first quarter. Needens in the corner. And that'll be out of bounds, tipped out of bounds by Harshaw. Hornet ball on their own sideline. Wolf into Kinnenberg. You'd like to see the Hornets use Kinnenberg as much as you can, not only the scoring aspect, but also what we just saw in the last possession, and that was the pick and roll and the inside-out game. Those are going to be really important on the offensive end. But I spoke too soon earlier when I said the Hornets are going to try to get the last shot of the first quarter. The Andover Central Jaguars have 15 seconds to do some magic.
Well, definitely. I saw that pick and roll, and that's a great play there by Kinnenberg. But after they do that so much, they're going to pick up on that, and that's without a doubt. So what you do right there is you just keep going back to it, and the second that they start double-teaming Kinnenberg, then Ranza has an open shot. That right there is just a tendency breaker, just recognizing the defense.
So a left-handed shot from Ranzow right there to end the first quarter. And it's a 1-point deficit for the Hornets over this very solid Andover Central team. We'll be back at the start of the second quarter right here on Hornet Studios.
And welcome back here to Hornet Studios. 8 minutes to play through here. 9-8 is your score. And your Hornets trail by 1 point, but they played quite a first quarter, and 55 points a game here for the Andover Central Jaguars. That equals out to 14 points a quarter, or just about 14 points a quarter. And so they held them to 5 less points than they typically score, and that might not seem like much, but you do that over the course of the game, that's 20 extra points that they did not get. That's 35 points in a ball game, which is a manageable offensive score for the Hornets. They need to keep playing this great defense, and it'll keep them in the game.
And you talked about it right there. It's the defense right now that's succeeding, as the Hornets will take a lead since their first 3-0 lead at the beginning of the game. And if it's going to work, you got to feed it into Kinnenberg. Until the Andover Central Jaguars can stop her, you got to keep going and keep using her and utilizing her, because right now she's the strength on the offensive end. And then, like we talked about, you said that they were almost triple teaming her down low. And so if the Hornets can use the inside-out game and the pick-and-roll game, things are going to succeed moving on. It's now a 10-point, or tied up at 10, as Harshaw made her first free throw. Here comes her second, gets that to go. And Hallie Britton running the point for the Hornets. Dawson up top. Out it to Britton. Dribble drive offense. Jaden Newfarmer with the steal. Here comes Stearns. She tries to go around Coash. Can't get the bucket to go. Wolf brings it up the floor. Got it to Coash. And she's going to slow things down for the Hornets. Like we talked about, the Hornets just have to control the tempo. This Andover Central team loves moving fast, but if they're not hitting their shots and the Hornets can take as much time as they need on offense, then things can happen. And then Coash turns the ball over the other way, and no good on the layup. And then some sloppy basketball going on from both teams. We talked about the sloppy basketball in the first quarter, and then it'll be Ranzow checking in for the Hornets. Not sure who she's going to grab. So it'll be Jaguar ball. 2-3 defense. Sticking with it are the Hornets. Dawson, kickball violation, but good read right there from her.
Well, that might seem like a useless play. Andover Central gets the ball back anyways, but the Hornets want to slow down the tempo, and all you have to do is kick the ball away there, and even though Andover Central gets the ball back, they're slowing down the tempo exactly like they want to.
Newfarmer travels in the corner. So the Hornets are doing a great job with closing out and kind of getting this offense of the Jaguars flustered. And we have a 1-point ball game. Hornets trailing by 1, but they have the ball on offense right here. Let's see what they can do. Try to utilize the pick and roll, but it was the right idea right there from Ranzow. She wanted to get it to a almost wide open Kinnenberg, but she will travel, as it was good defense by number 25, Emeka Pafor.
Well, you talked about this offense being flustered, and 2-5 doesn't do this team justice. You look at the record at 2-5, you think, oh, this should be an easy win for a 6-1 team, but it has clearly not been, as we're almost halfway through the second quarter, and your Hornets only trail by 1. So I think they're really catching this Andover Central team off guard. The problem now is going to be with such good coaches, they're going to figure out how to stop this team on both sides of the ball, and so the Hornets are going to have to come out of the gate after halftime and fire on all cylinders, give the best basketball they have if they want to win this game.
Well, that was Emeka Pafor, who drains both free throws. For being a 6-1 team, you got to know that the discipline part of basketball is there for this Andover Central Jaguars team. They don't miss a lot of free throws. They usually make a lot of layups, but as Harshaw missed one earlier, and then Dawson just got blocked right there. Coming back the other way, that is Riley Ranzow who draws the charge for the Hornets. And Coach Preheim, I'm pretty sure that he just got higher on that jump than maybe he did in high school. I don't know, but he was so excited with that one. And we talked about in the boys' game how momentum shifting a charge foul can be. There's starting to be a little bit of a student section right now, and like we talked about, the more this crowd gets involved, the more these girls get involved, and the funner the basketball is. Here's Dawson at the top. Needens travels as she thought about shooting the 3, try to drive in. Here is Winfro. Inside. Good move by Harshaw, but she can't get it to go. So Harshaw, who averages 15 points, hasn't been able to catch a break on the inside. Needens. No good on the short jumper. And that'll be a foul called on Abby Wolf as she went in. She tried to draw a jump ball. Or they're actually gonna get Needens on that. She may have reached around right there.
Well, you talked about Harshaw struggling. I don't think it's just Harshaw. It's been the whole team. This team is typically shooting 41% from both field goals and three-point range, and they put up a lot of shots. They just haven't been able to knock them down at their usual rate. Harshaw's already missed, I believe, 3 layups so far, and when you miss layups, it's tough to win a basketball game. Though she will make one there. She has 7 points on the game, but Kinneberg's been doing a good job in the post shutting her down.
And here is Kinneberg at the top. Over to Needens. She'll drive. Tries to get it into Kinneberg. Good defense there from Harshaw. Coming up the floor is Stearns in the corner. Jaden Newfarmer from 3. Off the mark. Rebounded by Ranzow. And Hornets trailing by 5. Needens drives baseline. Try to get it back out to Dawson. And then Stearns with the steal. And then another steal for the Hornets coming back on the other way. 3:20 left. And trying to get something rolling on offense are the Hornets. We'll have a timeout called by Valley Center right here. We'll be back after a short break.
And we're back here after that timeout. 3:17 remains here in this first half. Your Hornets trail by 5. And the Hornets have struggled to produce on the offensive side of the ball here in the second quarter. I talked about defense is key in this game, but you can only have so much defense without any offense. If you have turnovers, then they always have time of possession, or Andover Central has so much time of possession, and you can only hold so much against such good of an offense.
And Harshaw is a big part of that offense. She just turns around on Kinneberg and gets the left-handed layup to go. But on that last possession from the Hornets, what they did right there is what they need to keep doing, and that is moving off ball. So as much as they can, try to pass the ball and not dribble, because these refs are calling a lot of travels when, like Wolf right there, who just got called for travel, she does that every time, and she didn't think that she traveled right there. But if the refs are going to call it, like I always say, play to your refs, and you just got to put the ball on the floor fast, or try to get as many passes in and do off-ball movement as Kinneberg in the inside. If the ball gets stolen, Stearns coming the other way. Harshaw heating up, no good from the 3. But I think when we mentioned she was 0 for 3 to start the game from on the inside, and then she's, I believe, made about 4 shots from right around the basket. That was Harshaw of the Andover Central Jaguars. And then Needens, Dawson, Fall, trying to get a rebound, and it'll be a travel. Heading to the bench is Wolf and Kinneberg. Koash and Meyer come in for Valley Center. Dawson, good job to block the inside. We know if Harshaw can get it on the inside, she's able to create things, so Kylie Dawson's not letting that happen. Here is Wilborn. Swinging the ball are the Jaguars. Stearns in the corner, off the mark from 3. Another chance, and Wilborn will get that one to go. 1:15 left, and like I mentioned, the Hornets have to control the second chance opportunities, because right now they're down 10. They need to be able to control the pace of the game, get the first rebound on the inside. Koash will get a tie up that was number 42, Wheatley, who got the jump ball.
Well, Wilborn there has 3 threes on the game, but you mentioned offensive rebounds, and that is one of the biggest statistics in the game of basketball. It's very unnoticed, but it has a big impact. Amek, before I talked about her at the beginning of the game, averaging 3 offensive rebounds per game. This team, I believe they're averaging 9.3 offensive rebounds per game, but those numbers are huge. When you have an offensive rebound, you have second chance at points, and that can turn into somewhere between 18 and about 27 points. So that many points just off offensive rebounds is huge.
Needens doesn't hit her free throw. Harshaw coming back the other way. Under 40 seconds to play. Wheatley. New Farmer. She'll find Stearns. Needens doing a great job guarding Harshaw. And that'll be a jump ball. Possession goes to Valley Center. Hallie Britton and Cassie Kinneber checking back in.
Well, as a postman, you're told to stay between your player and the bucket, and Needens did just that, but she was still able to get that chance of getting the ball, forcing a jump ball, and that was incredible because she stayed behind her player and was able to stop her from getting the potential bucket, but also forced a jump ball.
So Coash to Ranzow. Dawson has 4 seconds. Ranzow, another buzzer beater, can't get that one to go either, and it's a 10-point deficit as your Hornets head to the locker room. We'll be back at the start of the 3rd period here in this girls varsity matchup between the Valley Center Hornets and the Andover Central Jaguars.
Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios. 16 minutes of basketball through here in this game, and your Hornets trail by 10. Their offensive production shot down with only 4 in the second quarter and 13 from Andover Central in the second quarter. They struggled to shut them down on the defensive side of the ball compared to what they did in the first, and so it's really starting to take them out of the game slowly but surely. They're going to have to find some solution here to get themselves right back in the game. Austin, what do you think that is? What do the Hornets need to fix here in the second half?
Well, in the offensive end, the Hornets have to be able to utilize the inside-out game. I've talked about it before. Cassie Kittenberg's getting the ball inside, and she's usually able to finish, but she's been in a little bit of foul trouble, and so she's got to be able to kick the ball out, hit Abby Wolf, Ranzow, Britton, Coash on the outside, and get things rolling on the offensive end, because 12 points is not going to cut it in a varsity basketball game through a half. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, they're doing a good job. A team that's averaging 55 points in a game is at 22 at halftime. So they're doing a good job. If they can hold them to 44 points in this game and the Hornets can get things rolling on offense, they're going to see success. But if they can't get things going on the offensive end, then it could get nasty fast. Here is Wilborn at the top. It'll be Andover Central ball to start this third quarter.
Well, one thing to mention, sorry, Austin, but Brittany Harshaw with 11 points in the first half, already on pace to break her average of 15 points per game. And then also Bailey Wilborn with 9 in the first half. And the Hornets, other than those two, only one player scored, and that was 2 free throws. And so other than that, the Hornets have been doing good on the defensive side. It's all going to be shutting them down on the defensive side of the ball. And if they can do that, they can have a good shot at winning here in the second half.
So on that first possession by the Jaguars, they come up empty. Inside, trying to get it to Kinnenberg was Dawson. It'll be tipped out by Amekpafor, and down the floor are the Jaguars. Amekpafor inside, and she'll be out of bounds. In that first half, there's a lot of sloppy basketball by both teams. If the Hornets can clean up some of the mistakes, some of the turnovers, this could come back. They could come back. It's only a 10-point deficit right now. The Hornets, no need to panic on the inside. Here is Dawson around the arc. Thought about the three was Wolf. Drives inside. She'll be blocked by New Farmer, and then they'll turn it over. The Jaguars will. 6:51 left in this third quarter. The Hornet ball on the sideline. Checking in for the Jaguars is 42 Wheatley. He'll come back in. She had a good defensive half for Andover. Stealing the ball is New Farmer. Wilborn coming around. She'll get that one to go. And Wilborn has been on fire from the three-point land tonight. And then other than that, it's been Harshaw on the inside, and that's really been the only scores like you talked about, Caleb. Hornets got to have that backside defense, got to be able to shuffle across and close out.
Well, one thing I like to see, I believe it was 2 games ago that the Hornets' zone defense did a good job of. That was predicting the passes. They were already knowing where the pass was going to go before it went there, and because of that, they were able to shut down, I believe it was Goddard. They were able to shut a strong Goddard offense. They were able to shut them up really well, and that was really good to see. But after that, they've struggled to predict those passes like they did in that Goddard game. They haven't been as shifty. They haven't been as quick in that zone defense.
No good on the baseline jumper from Stearns, and then the Hornets will have it. Coming down the floor is Ranzow. Tries to get it to Wolf, but Wheatley will go flying into the stands. Good hustle from Wheatley right there, but it'll be Hornet ball. Looks like Wolf is holding her hand, and she's going to go out. Coash comes in. 13-point deficit for the Hornets. And like you talked about, that in that Goddard game, that Goddard team was a powerhouse on the offensive end. Cade Hackerod, Brooke Sullivan, and the Hornets held them to, I believe it was 39 points. And so there's a good defense that this Hornets team is capable of playing. They just got to be able to do it.
Well, one of the things I see quite often on the basketball court, a good defensive team is good in transition, and that's something that the Hornets have lacked this season. They have been able to force turnovers, but they can't take it down and score a bucket in transition, which is very valuable points. They have to wait on the rest of their players to go down and set up a half-court offense, which is why they've struggled to score points so quickly. As we talked about, Andover Central does a good job of scoring points so quickly. As Harshaw nails a Kobe-type move with a jumper, but that's something they struggle to do, is scoring in transition, which is something good defensive teams are typically good at.
And that'll be a timeout called by Valley Center, and we'll be back when play resumes.
We're back here. 4:46 remains here in this third quarter. Your Hornets trail, and they're going to have to find something. They have not produced a point so far in this third quarter. We'll see what they can do with this. They trail by 15 points.
And only producing 12 points in the first half, and they're not getting any points so far in this second quarter. They're really going to have to find something on the offensive end. Kindenberg's really been the only solution early. And here's Ali Koash off the mark from three. Dawson tried to get a crafty pass out to number 3, Ranzow, but she couldn't handle it. It'll go out of bounds. It'll be Andover Central ball. 27-12, 15-point deficit right now for the Hornets. And we talked about being able to put together 4 quarters of basketball. They had a good first quarter and then let up in the second quarter. Here's the third quarter. Haven't been able to score, but they're still playing intense defense, and that's something you got to admire about this team. They never give up. They're always playing good defense. Even though the offensive side of the ball has struggled a lot this season. Wilborn, another 3 to her name. She has 4 threes. Correct me if I'm wrong, 5 threes on the night by Bailey Wilborn. And Hornets got to be able to close out like we mentioned. And I'm not sure if Wilborn keeps hitting these threes. I'm not sure his own defense is the best idea. But that's another steal for the Jaguars. Coming down the floor, Harshaw. She'll get it tipped away by Britton. Checking in for the Hornets is going to be Wolf and Needens, as Britton and Dawson will head to the bench. And then checking in right there was Stearns for Wheatley on the Andover Central side. Cross-court pass inside. Harshaw somehow finds a way to get it up. That'll be a foul called. Kindenberg not happy with the call. But here is Harshaw shooting 2 for the Jaguars.
Well, Kindenberg has 8 points on the night, and we talked about how she struggles to stay out of foul trouble. Well, she's done a good job here tonight, being her second foul and also producing 8 points. She almost fouled out the other night at Arc City with 22 points, and so that was tough to see, but she's keeping a solid game going without fouling much.
And off the mark on the free throw, but then New Farmer with the rebound. Stearns out for 3, off the mark. Kindenberg with the rebound. She's being triple teamed underneath. And Ranzow comes up with it. She'll slow things down. And that's what we've seen is there's been full court pressure for most of the game off of a rebound. especially when Kinenberg gets the rebound, as she can handle the ball for a big man inside. And so this team knows it, and they're really trying to shut her down in this second half. So this brings up an opportunity for these other ladies to be able to get some points on the board themselves. Here is a three from Wolf, off the mark. New Farmer, another rebound to her name. She's going to come down. So they lead by 19. Off the mark on the floater. Fought for, underneath. Jump ball. Possession goes to the Hornets. For the first time tonight, we will see number 30, Katie Bowen. .230 left in this third period.
Well, the Hornets are going to have to stop the bleeding now. They're almost down by 20 points, and that's a margin that's tough to come back against any team, but especially against an Andover Central team that looks like a monster or a mountain trying to climb over in order to make this comeback. So they're going to have to start now. They have 2 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Those are 2 minutes that can be very valuable to the long run of this game. They have to start producing. It is a necessity on the offensive side of the ball.
And the Hornets need to be able to convert right here on free throws. Here is Needham's first. Can't get that one to go, but free throws are a big part of this Hornets offense as they get fouled a lot. They get inside. They're able to go up. They don't usually get and ones, but free throws have been a big part of this year's team and just haven't been very consistent from the free throw line, this year. Amekpa 4 with the rebound. New Farmer over to Wilborn. Wilborn, 5 threes on the night. Deadly from behind the arc. She'll take another one right here. And right on cue is Bailey Wilborn hitting a 3. 34-12. Still haven't scored in the third quarter, have the Hornets. And here's Koash up at the top. And like we mentioned, this is a 2-5 squad facing a 6-1 squad. But the Hornets are a different 2-5 squad than a lot of teams think. They haven't had the offensive success that they have in the past tonight, but their defense is really where they pride themselves. Off the mark again from 3 is Wolf. Coming down the floor, Amekpa 4. Left-handed layup, good. And now it's a 24-point ball game.
Well, the Hornets, you talked about them being a different 2-5 team than most other teams, and they proved that the other night against Arc City. And even though these are two bottom of the league teams, the Hornets played an incredible game and got a lot done in that game, especially games like Goddard as well. They held them to 39 points, and that was just incredible. One of the highest producing offenses in the state of Kansas, and they were able to hold them to 39. That's just incredible. And so they just need to keep improving. I've said it, and I'll say it again. They keep improving. First points of the quarter as the waning seconds run down. But they just need to keep improving, and if they can continue to heat up till the end of the season, then maybe they can get a playoff win or two, knock on wood. But teams that can improve are the teams that end up in the long run being the best.
You know, it's not about how you start, Caleb. It's about how you finish, and this Hornets team needs to embody that this year. There's 3 seconds left. And there will be no shot. And to end the third quarter, it'll be a 36-14 ball game. Your Hornets trail to the Andover Central Jaguars. We'll be back at the start of the fourth and final quarter.
And we're back here at Hornets Studios. 8 minutes of basketball remain, and your Hornets trail by 22 and played incredible in the first half. And they were down, 22-12 at the end of the first half. So not a bad game, not a game that's out of reach, Austin, but they allowed 12 extra points to be added to that lead, and that's tough to come back through from 22 points. So Hornets are going to have to focus on improving right now. That's something they've had to focus on quite a bit, is improving over the season, because though they might not get a win tonight, improving here might lead to wins later in the season, and that can be huge for a basketball team.
Well, Coash threw it off the foot of Stern, and then good cut right there from Britton. She has it on the inside, and she'll be fouled by Stern. That is Ellie Stearns. That's her second personal. Underneath is Britton. She'll pass it in for the Hornets. Nobody's open. She'll find a way to get it to Coash. Britton drives with the left hand. Good movement from the Hornets. Dawson tries to make a good move, and then she'll throw it out of bounds off the hands of Coash. And what looked like was going to be a good possession for the Hornets, doing a lot of off-ball movement, getting a lot of passes in, but came up empty. Wilborn, another three, and she'll hit that one, her 7th three of the night, and she's filling up the stat sheet with just 3. She hasn't made a 2-pointer yet. Here's Coash in the corner, thought about the 3.
Well, I talked about improving, and this is definitely what this Hornets team have done. They're continuing to move. A big shot there from Cassie Kinnenberg, and she'll get an and one opportunity, but they're continuing to move. They're continuing to try to improve their offense, and that's great to see. They're practicing those plays, practicing those movements, and they're slowly getting better. That's great to see.
Kinnenberg can't convert on the 3-point play, but she does have the only 4 points in this second half for the Hornets. Harshaw, great move to get inside. She'll get the ball back on the other side of the floor. Go up with it, and 1. And man, has Harshaw gone crazy this game. She's having a night of her own on a different level. And she'll be at the free throw line. And now she has 16 points on the night. She's been quieted here in this second half for the most part. She only has 5 points, excuse me. And then Dawson will be fouled. Kylie Dawson passed it in underneath the basket. Checking in for Central will be Wheatley. And the ball goes in, gets it to Kinnenberg. Ranzow at the top of the key. Dawson, great drive to get inside. She'll be fouled. Kylie Dawson going to the line, shooting 2 for the Hornets. It's the 5th team foul by this Andover Central team. Dawson can't hit her first. On the way is her second. Dawson's ability to hit free throws has been much improved this season. She didn't hit her first, and she hits her second, but she really took this offseason, like you mentioned at the beginning of the game, she really took this offseason to focus on her offensive game, and she's really succeeded. She hasn't scored a ton of points tonight, but she's able to drive in and She does a great Euro step to get inside and draw the foul, and usually is able to knock down 2 free throws. And so Kylie Dawson, much improved from last year in her senior season.
Well, Dawson has most definitely improved her scoring game, or on the offensive side of the ball. She's averaging 6 points a game, the second on this Hornets team, behind Cassie Kinnenberg, as Amekpa sinks both of her free throws.
And then New Farmer checks in for Amekpa, and during that last free throw, it was Wolf who checked in for the Hornets. Ranzow stuck at the top by the half-court line. And that'll be a timeout. Timeout called by Coach Preheim and the Hornets. He'll need to talk things over. 17:44 our score. Stay tuned right here on Hornet Studios.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 27 points is your margin of lead right now here for the Andover Central Jaguars.
Driving inside is Kylie Dawson. Right after we talked about her being able to drive inside, she does it right there to prove that what we said was true. So she'll get her 4th point on the night, I believe. Inside is Harshaw. She'll extend her scoring night to 18.
Well, I like what Kylie Dawson did on that last play. It was an intended pick and roll there for Cassie Kinderberg, but the Hornets have used that play quite a bit, so Dawson automatically knew that Kinderberg was going to be taken away because she scored so many points off of that play. A corner 3 there by Harshaw, but she didn't even bother to look up and look at Kinderberg. She just took it right to the bucket because she knew it would be taken away and got the points.
Wolf, top of the key, over to Britton. Now Dawson has it up top. Wolf thought about the 3. Good ball movement from the Hornets. Got to find something. Dawson drives in, and she'll be fouled. Kylie Dawson headed to the line again for the Hornets. Dawson's first off the mark, Amekpa, and number 20, Reamer. Mallory Reamer will get her first action tonight for the Jaguars, along with number 31, Carly Parker, checking in for the first time tonight. Needens will head in for the Hornets. It is a 30-point lead for Andover Central.
Well, the Hornets have really struggled from the free throw line, hitting 2 of 9 to this point. That's a tough ratio to look at, especially taking that many as Dawson nails her second. But one thing I saw with the men's team for sure, there was one game where the Hornets shot 40% from the free throw line, and that's all Coach Unruh worked on for the whole week. And I know that's what Coach Preheim is going to be pushing quite a bit this week, among other things, but it's going to be from the free throw line. They struggled tonight, and that's something they need to improve on. Preheim will definitely make sure to emphasize that.
And you know, I believe they have a long, Wilborn makes a beautiful move to get that shot off, but I believe there is about a week break that the Hornets will have, and then they're going to Colby for a tournament while we're here at January Jam. So during this week break, they're going to try to push in practice, they're going to try to push what their mistakes were tonight, as it is a 31-point deficit right now. But the Hornets will try to go into practice, fix some things, and hopefully go into Colby next week and be able to get a couple of wins, much needed wins too. That was no good on the shot by the Hornets. Wilborn, who's had an incredible night from three-point land, got it to Stern. Stern going to drive with the right hand inside, gets it to go off the backboard. And that'll be a timeout for a substitution. Minute 45 left to play. It's a running clock. And it'll be number 24, Brianna Young. Number 10, Jenna Lamberts. Number 2, Anaya Bitha. And number 4, Abby Jackson, all coming in for this Andover Central squad. Then for the Hornets, Abby Wolf checked in right there. Here is Ranzow. First free throw, bounces off and out. And here are the Jaguars. They got a minute and 5 to work with. The Hornets got to play solid man-to-man defense right here. And here is Bitha. Drives in. Can't get it to go. Hornets playing good, solid defense right now. And that'll be out of bounds off of the Jaguars. Checking in for the Hornets is going to be number 23, Macy George, along with number 25, Anna Oliverson. So these two, Macy George, a freshman, and then Oliverson, a sophomore, getting a valuable 30 seconds for these Hornets team. Like we mentioned, it is a running clock, so the Hornets will probably take this last shot of this ball game. They have 13 seconds left.
Well, one thing that I've not failed to mention this season is how strong this freshman class is in basketball terms. They are just incredible, and I think these few seconds, but over the course of the rest of the season, they're going to try to develop those young freshmen. With all the seniority on this team, they can definitely do a lot of that, developing this strong freshman class. We'll see as the season goes on, but that's going to be your final score, 53-20. Hornets did amazing in the first half, shutting down this incredible Andover Central team, but struggled in the second half, Austin, and a tough loss to see, but they have their work cut out for them, and they'll be working hard in practice, no doubt about that. They are a very hard-working team, and we'll see what they can do at Colby. And that's going to be all here tonight for the women's game. We'll see in about 20 minutes for the men's game as they face the Andover Central Jaguars. Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash for tonight's men's varsity game, and this is a hotly contested game here between the Andover Central Jaguars and your Valley Center Hornets. The Hornets coming off a tough overtime loss at Arc City, 2 overtime losses in a row, and they have to find some way to finish the game strong, because you said it last game, Austin, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. Coach Unrau makes sure to mention those ideals that he has for his basketball team. And this right here is a good basketball team. They are an incredible basketball team. Each and every player is just incredible at basketball, and they can score, they can rebound, they can dribble, anything, and they can just about do it. They have incredible players, but you know a lot more about this team than I do, so go ahead and give us your analysis on them.
Well, they're going to score a lot of points. They average 55 points in a game, but that doesn't give justice because they've had one of the toughest schedules in Kansas. They've played Andover, who's at the top of 5A, Bishop Carroll, who's at the top of 5A, and another loss they had was to McPherson, who's at the top of 4A. So they've had an incredible schedule this year, and they're led by Xavier Bell. He's a senior. He's got one of the best jump shots in Kansas. He's also a nominee for the McDonald's All-American, and so that's a player to watch tonight. And for us, he's a good player to just watch and admire his game. But if you're the Hornets, Mason Burns is going to be guarding him, and they're going to try to deny him the ball and try to get him to be frustrated. We'll be back to explain more about this matchup after the national anthem.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to please rise, remove your hats. We honor America. Valley Center Hornet Pep Band, under the direction of Matt Jolly, plays our national.
Well, you were talking about him, Austin, and like you said, he's an incredible player. Almost 21 points per game, which is just insane numbers. 7 rebounds per game. But being a basketball manager, I saw him sitting over in the bleachers of the freshman game, and I almost wanted to go over there and ask him for a signature because I knew it might be worth something someday. But it's Military Appreciation Night here at Valley Center High School, and so not very many military people in here, but they are definitely appreciated, and their new warm-up shirts that the Hornets wore to this game. But here are the starting lineups, and we'll talk more about this incredible Andover Central team afterwards. And starting off here for the Andover Central Jaguars, that's number 1, Caden Wilson. And here for the Hornets, number 2, Eli Isaacs, a junior, and really a relentless player, relentless defender. He can do just about everything on this court. Next up, 6'5", going to be big competition here for Braden Gray, Jerome Washington. And next up, a senior for the Hornets, number 3, Mason Burns, and a hard worker. He's going to set the tone here defensively tonight for the Hornets. Next up, we talked about him, Austin, an incredible scorer, can do anything on the court. That's Xavier Bell. And here's the shooter, an active shooter in the building, number 10, Jacob Byrne. And we'll see if he can get hot tonight, and if he can, it'll be tough to keep him close. And here's number 11, Shamari Parnell, also a quarterback for the Andover Central football team. Next up, a hard worker and a junior, that's number 20, Gabe Phillips. And rounding off this Jaguars lineup, Ty Herman, all 5 starters being seniors, Ty Herman included. And when you see him, number 23, you can't help but ask, how's the weather up there? At 6'9", he towers over everybody in this stadium. That is number 23, Braden Gray. And we have a good matchup on our hands here tonight, Austin. Give us a little bit more about what you were saying about this Andover Central team.
Well, one thing you have to know about these guys is everyone on the court can score. I was talking to Coach Underall during class today, and I said, so Mason Burns is going to be guarding Bell. What are you going to do with the other players? And he told me a lot of these guys are football players, like you mentioned, and track. They're just athletes on the floor. This Andover Central team, they actually went to the state championship in football. They are the defending state champs in basketball. And so number 12, Ty Herman, he is an incredible athlete, and his shooting is not the best, but he's able to create and get inside. Another player, Shamari Parnell, number 11. You talked about him being the quarterback. He doesn't have the best range, but he's able to get inside and score the basketball. And usually on teams, it's pretty easy for him. So an interesting strategy by Unruh, at least to start the game, and we'll see on the first possession. But as of about 11 o'clock this morning, Coach Unruh said he's going to have Braden Gray guarding Shamari Parnell, and they're going to let him shoot threes if he wants to, because he doesn't shoot them very often. In the corner is Burns. Isaacs drives in with the left hand off the foot of Xavier Bell, and it'll be a Hornet ball underneath their own basket.
Well, one thing that I made sure to mention was all 5 of these starters are seniors. 2 of them have played since their freshman year, that being Shamari Parnell and Xavier Bell. But a class like this comes around once in maybe 20 or 30 years. Each and every one of these players is good at basketball, and they all happen to be seniors, which is just incredible. And that provides them with enough work ethic and enough training for the next generation of basketball players. So this Andover Central team is set for a long time.
And Gabe Phillips made a good move to get Parnell off of him, but he will miss the floater. Coming back the other way, that was Wilson who missed the layup. And then number 3, Jerome Washington, will be fouled. Jerome Washington, another player, like I was saying, you can talk about each and every one of these Andover Central players. Jerome Washington, you talked about Shamari Parnell and Xavier Bell playing as freshmen. Well, Jerome Washington joined them on the varsity squad starting his sophomore year. And so, like you said, this is an incredible amount of talent for this Andover Central squad. But they haven't had the season they've been desiring, as, like I mentioned earlier, they've faced some of the best teams in Kansas, but they are 3-4, which is matching this Hornets record. Early 1-0 lead. The Hornets, they're going to have their work cut out for them tonight, but this is a very manageable win if they can keep things rolling on the offensive end. Jacob Burns starts the night out for the Hornets. And just as I was saying, the Hornets offense has to be electric tonight. Jacob Byrne is going to be a great percentage of that, as we know how he can catch fire from three-point land.
Well, there's no better way to start off this game against such a good team is with a Jacob Byrne 3. You get him hot, there's no stopping him, or hardly any stopping him there. Jerome Washington gets a foul, and as Isaacs was driving in. But if you get Byrne hot, it's going to be tough to stop him, and getting him open against this team, they can rack up the score slowly but surely with Byrne being behind most of the points, and they started off perfectly. Isaacs to shoot 2 here. The foul was on Caden Wilson. And here's the shot from Isaacs. It's up and through. Put your Hornets with a 3-point lead. Josh Dessenberger checks in for Braden Gray. And I talked about Jerome Washington giving both Gray and Dessenberger a good workout tonight. They've been one of the biggest men that these two have faced all so far this season. So they're going to have to be in and out almost every possession, and they're going to get worn out pretty quickly. That's something to watch out for if you're the Hornets.
Well, Eli Isaacs right there just hit those 2 free throws. We're going to be calling his name a lot tonight, and that was 3 by Herman, who couldn't get it to go. But Isaacs, one thing to note, he is currently 4th place in fan voting that Vite Kansas came out with this week. And I believe he has somewhere in the range of about 3,500 votes. So congratulations to him, as he's definitely our fan favorite up here in Hornet Studios. And he'll have the first free throws of the game. Inside, Jacob Byrne, corner three. That hits that one to go, an early 8-1 lead for the Hornets. 5:37 left in the first quarter. We got a big student section tonight. Nothing short. The support has been nothing short but great this year, as this Hornets team has had a lot of high expectations going into the season. Shamari Parnell, great job to stop the ball right there and not foul Isaacs, but he'll carry it out of bounds, and it'll be Hornet ball underneath their own basket.
Well, if the Hornets emphasize one thing in practice, it's do not leave Xavier Bell open. Well, Andover Central sure have had to emphasize one other thing in practice. That's do not leave Jacob Byrne open. He's got 2 threes so far on the night, and he needs to keep raining them down, because that will carry this Hornets offense to a hopeful victory.
Phillips making a move, gets inside, and he'll be called for a travel. Gabe Phillips has had a pretty good year so far. I believe his season high is 17 points, and that was against Goddard. But he's had a little bit of trouble with turning the ball over at moments, and that's something as a junior he can fix in his game, keep improving, and he's going to be a great threat in the next year, but also later on this season.
Well, that's one of those things, is it's really a mental battle for Gabe Phillips. He has the talent, he has the work ethic to do everything he needs to do, but he's so hard on himself. He expects perfection from himself, which is why he puts in so much work, but he gets onto himself for mistakes and carries it on the floor with him.
Isaacs, left-handed. Byrne, another corner three, wide open, in and out this time. But you can see the whole crowd when Byrne shoots, everyone gets up on their feet, because most of the time he's able to put those in. Here is Bell, jumper, off the mark. Gabe Phillips with the rebound. So one thing, I know we've talked about it before, but Coach Unruh really thinks, or prides these Hornets on being able to create only threes and layups in a high school basketball game. Well, Xavier Bell is a different type of player. Like I said, he's a McDonald's All-American nominee. He's not a McDonald's All-American, but he is a nominee, so that means he's got some talent. And one of his specialties is being able to create his own jump shot. And that's going to be something that the Hornets have to stop. And Mason Burns being the one who's face guarding him, he's on the bench right now, but they're going to try. They have to try to stop the jump shot of Xavier Bell. Jacob Byrne hits a three for the Hornets, 11-3 lead early in this first quarter, about halfway through. 3:45 left. Here's Jerome Washington out, a three of his own, off the mark. Byrne with the rebound. The Hornets have started off great in a lot of these games. They haven't been able to put a full quarter together, let alone a full game together, and sometimes let up. Usually the trend it's been is kind of in the second and third quarter, but as Isaacs drives in, and then it'll be a jump ball possession goes to Andover Central. The Hornets need to be able to put 4 quarters together. I know we're gonna say it every game this season, because until they do it, until they go out there and play great against these good teams and get these wins, like we talked about, they've been in 2 overtime losses, and that's got to be gut-wrenching for these guys. And so if they can put together a good, solid win against a good, solid team, then, you know, I remember riding the bus home with Isaacs and the team after that loss in Arc City just Tuesday night, and Isaac specifically said, we're a scary team if we can get rolling on the offensive end, and, you know, because their defense is what they pride themselves in, and they're doing a great job this year. Andover Central getting second chance opportunities, and Hornets still can't grab the rebound. And finally, the Hornets will get a rebound, and the Jaguars come up empty once again.
Well, I was thinking the same exact thing you were saying just now, Austin, that 11-3 is a huge lead, but the Hornets can't. It doesn't mean anything except for the biggest lead of the game for the Hornets, unless it's on the. Excuse me. It only means the biggest lead for the Hornets, but it doesn't mean anything in the long run. An incredible three by Jacob Byrne. It's going to be putting 4 consistent quarters of basketball, and if Jacob Byrne, that man right there, can do that, can put 4 consistent quarters of basketball together, he can likely break the school record for threes, which is currently 8. He has 4 right now, but this offense needs to roll with him. If anything shifts the momentum in this stadium, it shifts it more than anything is a Jacob Byrne 3. The crowd is just electrifying when he nails one. And like you said earlier, Austin, everyone stands up when he shoots a 3 because they know that more often than not, it's going to go in.
So Phillips will check in for the Hornets. Here's Herman's second free throw. He'll make both. 14-5 with 2:17 left in this first quarter. Isaacs setting things up for the Hornets. One thing to note is Pons getting to play tonight. He's been in a couple games where he hasn't been able to play, Arch City being one of them. And we like to call him on here the guy who does everything on the court. And then Braden Gray catches the pass, puts it down for the Hornets. Braden Gray's got a chip on his shoulder. This is his old school. He used to go to Andover Central, and when he transferred to Valley last year, he really had a mindset of becoming a new basketball player. Wants to come out and show these guys what he's capable of and how much growing he's done. Ty Herman hits a 3 right there.
Well, that was just a simple lob pass inside to Braden Gray. But at 6'9", the question is, how do you stop it? You don't, because he's just so tall, he'll tower over you, and it's tough to stop that pass, even if you know what's coming.
And he'll be called for a foul right there as he just towers over Ty Herman. And Herman got caught up right there. And it'll be Josh Detzenberger checking back in for the Hornets, along with Mason Birds as Isaacs will head to the bench. The Hornets only have an 8-point lead after starting off hot. This Central team has kind of silenced them a little bit. One thing about Andover Central is they're able to score and score fast. Herman off the mark, and then number 10, Taylor, gets the rebound. They're able to score at an extremely fast rate, as they'll hit a 3 right there to make it 16-11. And looks like the ball went out of bounds. So Mason Burns running the point for the Hornets. DeGarmo up on him. Good play by Gabe Phillips to get inside, but he can't finish over Washington. 36 seconds left. Xavier Bell coming down the floor. He's going to slow things down.
Well, looking at Andover Central season statistics, they're shooting at 38% on the season with 25% from three-point range and 50% from field goal range. But those stats, they seem a little bit off to me, seeing them in warm-ups and seeing them now. It looks like it should be way higher. They are shooting way better than their season average. They're having quite a game as a team, and they're slowly but surely making a comeback here.
Off the mark, Gabe Phillips has 3 seconds. He's going to come down, put it up, and can't hit. But a good first quarter for the Hornets, putting up 16 points to the Andover Central's 11. We'll be back at the start of the second quarter. Let's see what the Hornets can do moving on.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 8 minutes of basketball through here in this contest. And your Hornets came out to a whopping 11-3 lead, but it slowly but surely came back. This Andover Central team has, and it's only 5 right now is the deficit for them. They're going to have to find some way to regain that lead. And I talked about something in Arc City last week. It wasn't really 4 consistent quarters of basketball, but it was a whole consistent quarter. They would go on long runs, but then they'd let up long runs, and that's what they're going to have to do here. As it clearly showed, they had a big run at the beginning, but they're going to have to keep defensively, they're going to have to keep those long runs from happening in the same quarter.
It'll be a jump ball. Possession goes to Andover Central.
One of the biggest highlights of the first quarter was Jacob Byrne with 4 3-point shots, and I think Zach Bannock and Wyatt Lang's record of 8 in a game is in jeopardy. He had 4 in the first quarter, as I said. He's on track to get 16, and he might completely shatter that record. Only thing we see is this offense needs him too. It's not only for the record books, but he has been one of the biggest parts of this offense, scoring 12 of the 16 currently on the board. They're going to have to keep him. They're going to have to keep feeding him the ball and keep him hot.
Dribble drive offense here from the Hornets. Phillips around the arc, gonna take a jumper. Hits that. Gabe Phillips hits the dagger at the free throw line, and now up to a 7-point game.
One thing I see Gabe Phillips do is take a lot of mid-range jumpers, just as Xavier Bell does, and he understands the valuability of that, the valueness of it, because most teams won't guard that. They'll give up a mid-range jumper because it's not usually going to get knocked down, as Xavier Bell hits a long floater, but most teams don't guard that. So typically you have mostly an open shot from jumper range, and he's able to knock those down time and time again.
Well, here is Bell. Gonna shoot one, trying to complete a 3-point play. Off the front of the rim, Xavier Bell misses. And coming to the floor are the Hornets. Phillips down low, out of bounds off of Bell. So Jacob Burns set to pass the ball into the Hornets. He'll find Phillips, and Isaac's going to set up a new play for the Hornets.
Well, one thing I won't fail to mention is the crowd right now for Andover Central. Last week against, I believe it was May South, the crowd was just electric on both sides. Both sides were able to fill up most of the stadium, and that was just incredible. Any play that happened, it was loud regardless. But here it's mostly Hornets crowd, and I think that's had a big impact on the game. Gabe Phillips drains a 3 there and puts the Hornets above 20. Foul there.
And here is Xavier Schechner at the line. Excuse me, Xavier Bell. He makes his first free throw. Pons at the line. Or excuse me, Pons coming in.
Well, if there's one thing that this team does better than the rest of its shooting, they're shooting 70% from the free throw line, as Xavier Bell drains his second there. But Xavier Bell, as a mid-range jumper type player, a free throw is not that hard to make. It's pretty much the same shot, and so he drains 2 there.
Isaacs at the top. Phillips with Shamari Parnell on him. Great move to get inside, and Parnell will foul Phillips. So Gabe Phillips is doing kind of what Xavier Bell usually does, and that's playing the one-on-one game and trying to get inside and create his own basket. And here he is shooting 2. First up and good, 22-15. Jacob Byrne heads to the bench as Braden Dalrymple has come in for the Hornets. Dalrymple had an 11-point performance against Goddard last Friday night. And then Braden Gray heads to the bench. Dessenberger comes in. Here is number 5 for Andover Central. He's Matt Macy, getting his first action tonight. Wilson in the corner for 3. In and out, rebounded by Phillips. Gabe Phillips backing up the stat sheet. Braden Dalrymple in the corner. Isaacs top of the key and off the mark from three-point land. Gabe Phillips tries to get the rebound over number 24, Clevenger, and it'll go out of bounds. Xavier Bell at the top. Hornets switch from a 2-3 into a 1-3-1 last possession. Inside, Shamari Parnell can't finish as he exposed the defense good right there. But if you can't finish, the Hornets luck out.
Well, if there's one thing that's killed this Andover Central team, I talked about it, is their shooting percentage, and they've done pretty well tonight, but at 38% of their shots going through, that's a tough ratio that you can't really tend to come back from. 25% from the three-point line, and that's tough to see from this Andover Central team. They have all the talent they need in all the right places. It's just finishing.
A couple of subs by both teams right there. 4:50 left in this second quarter. Isaacs going to call the play for the Hornets. Getting a screen from Gray. Braden Gray handling the ball up top. And he'll throw it out of bounds, try to get it to Pons. Gray in unfamiliar territory right there, outside the three-point line. And
well, that's one of the things I love about Jerome Washington is early in the game I saw him outside the three-point line at 6'5", being able to be outside, then that's just an incredible factor to your game, and you can spread out the floor more, open up more opportunities not only for yourself but for your teammates.
Isaacs can't finish on the inside, and it'll be a foul called underneath. That'll be Isaacs' first personal. Phillips checking back in for the Hornets, along with Ty Herman for Central.
Gabe Phillips, who just checked in, has all the points in the quarter for the Hornets with 7.
And Herman on the outside drives in. He'll be fouled. That'll be a foul called on Gabe Phillips. It's his first personal. 17 fouls. Will be shooting a 1-and-1 for Ty Herman. And as good of a free throw shooting team that Andover Central is, Herman can't convert right there. And it'll be Hornet ball. Phillips gonna try to get it. Phillips will be shooting, or excuse me, Braden Gray will be shooting. Gray's first free throw off the mark. Rebounded by Bell. He'll take it coast to coast inside. Xavier Bell, a great finish and a good move to get to the basket.
Well, Xavier Bell in the first quarter was completely shut down, and it wasn't until the second quarter that he has done anything. 6 points so far in the second quarter, and only 6 points on the game. He struggled in the first quarter, and the Hornets were able to shut him down. But now that this lead is draining, and quickly, Xavier Bell, you can see his stats start to take off. There's a clear parallel there.
Byrne drives in. Got it out to Flora. The 2-3 defense had worked pretty well for the Hornets. Phillips, a great baseline move, spin, and gets the bucket to go. But the 2-3 defense has worked well all night for the Hornets. They're going to go back to it right here after getting exposed in the 1-3-1 a couple possessions in a row now. And excuse me, they're going to run a man defense right there, a help man defense. On the rebound, Matt Macy gets blocked, And here come Eli Isaacs in the Hornets. Phillips drives inside with the left hand. Another turnaround jumper. Can't get that one to go. Rebounded by the Jaguars, and here comes Herman. He'll make a move on the inside. Floater, left hand, off the mark. Isaacs, guarded by Macy. He'll get it past half court. 2:25 left in this second quarter. Gabe Phillips having a great offensive first half.
And as I said earlier, Phillips has all the points here in the second quarter, now with 9 so far in the Hornets' offensive production.
And off the mark there, that could have been big for the Hornets as Phillips missed the 3. But an offensive rebound sets the Hornets up with under 2 minutes to play. In this first half, they have an 8-point lead over the Central Jaguars.
Well, one thing Coach Unroute makes sure to emphasize, and just about every coach makes sure to emphasize, is how important offensive rebounds are. Instead of a turnover there and an alley-oop there from Jacob Burns to Braden Gray, an incredible play. We've seen that 4 or 5 times this season, and that was a set-up play there. You see Gray in the corner, just baseline cut, and right there, a quick alley-oop.
What an offensive possession right there from the Hornets. And they're getting things rolling, 10-point lead, but Xavier Bell will be at the line for Andover Central. Coming in for the Hornets is number 4, Pons, along with number 33, Dessenberger. And then for Central will be 14, DeGarmo, and number 24, Clevenger.
You know, as I was saying, one thing Coach Unroute makes sure to mention is how important offensive rebounds are. And that right there just shows it. An offensive rebound turns into not only a 2-point play, but a momentum-shifting play as Xavier Bell makes his first. And that right there shows how important they can be to the course of a game. I don't want to go ahead and apologize for my voice crack there, getting a little sick, but promise it won't happen again.
So it'll be Hornet ball underneath their own basket. Isaacs being guarded tightly by Herman. Press break here from the Hornets. Byrne got it to Isaacs, and then Isaacs is going to clear everyone out and take it up the floor. They're going to try to trap him up top, and he'll be fouled by Herman. Herman not liking the call. Student section loves the call. And it'll be Isaacs headed to the line for the Hornets. Isaacs is a great shooter, but hasn't had the best free throw percentage. I know we've talked about it before. And he's not the happiest with his free throw percentage this year. Gabe Phillips checking back in for Valley Center. But here is Isaacs at the line. It's his first to go. Get another try. 10-point lead. Try to put it to 11 right here with 1:15 left.
Well, I saw one thing from that play. Ty Herman obviously pretty mad about that call, and that's one of those things I think that the Hornets struggle with. We talk about playing 4 consistent quarters of basketball. You get in their head in the first half, they go into the halftime locker room, and they recuperate, they make changes, and then because of that, they come out even stronger in the second half, which is one of the big reasons why the Hornets, especially at home, are able to play well in the first half, but struggle in the second half.
That'll be a foul called on number 4, Pons. That's his first. 19th foul, so Bell will be at the line shooting a 1-and-1 for Andover Central. Gets that one to go. Get another try. Checking in for the Jaguars is number 10, Jacob Taylor. Byrne been silenced here in this second quarter. Hasn't taken a 3. Sure, if he did, he'd probably make it. But he hit 4 in the first quarter, and here he is right here getting the ball.
Well, I said feeding him the ball around the three-point arc is going to be key, and they haven't done that. As you said, he hasn't taken a three-point shot yet. And so even though this lead is just about the same, they don't have as much momentum as they did after the first quarter, and that's tough to go into the halftime locker room to. The fact that you don't have as much momentum as you did in the first quarter, they're going to have to find a way to reset that and be able to take that momentum back and get that scoring drives back. Gabe Phillips with a good drive with his left hand and lays it in.
And Gabe Phillips has kind of been the solution. If Jacob Burns not hitting, I talked about another player has to be able to step up. And right now, Gabe Phillips doing a great job. I believe he has 11 points in this second quarter. And Pons was face guarding Bell. And Bell slams Isaac's head into the ground. Isaacs, who's had a few head injuries, or got hit in the head a couple times this year. He's shaken up after that one. And looks like the refs are discussing whether they're going to give Bell a foul or a technical foul. You know what the crowd wants? The crowd wants the T. Isaac's there was definitely an elbow that went to Isaac's head. Whether or not Bell meant to do that or he was just trying to protect himself. But we do have 9 seconds left in this first half. 31-20 our score. Your Valley Center Hornets leading the Jaguars.
Well, this is a team, an Andover Central team that is incredible. As we've said, incredible players all over the court, but the only way you beat them is by getting in their head. That's what the Hornets and the student section, I'll give them all the credit they deserve, have done. They've got in this Andover Central team head, and that's one thing that the Hornets are good at doing. You get in their head, and they play completely differently. Not only can they not hit shots, but they're playing more aggressive, tend to foul quite more often, and just not playing as themselves on the floor.
And there's still conversation with Andover Central's head coach, Jesse Herman. But Isaacs will ultimately get the free throws. He makes his first. Now a 12-point ball game.
Well, I know as a fan, that was a really scary moment. Seeing as Isaacs just coming off of concussion protocol, getting his head slammed into the ground, and every Hornet fan is angry about that one. And as you said, everybody in the stands wanted the technical. And so Isaacs ends up getting those free throws that he wanted.
But with that, it should be Hornet ball. Yeah, they're going to give the ball to the Hornets. Jacob Burns set to pass it in. There's still some confusion at the scores table, but there is 9 seconds left, and the Hornets will likely have this last shot of the second quarter. Played a great first half so far. We talked about them needing to put 4 quarters of basketball together to be able to beat these elite teams, and right now they're doing so. And so with that, there was also a jump ball. So Isaacs got the free throws, and he created a jump ball on the defense. Great play by him right there. Now 5 seconds to go. Isaacs going to drive inside. Byrne going to have to take a three. It gets blocked. And to end the first half, 32-20 our score. What a great 2 quarters of basketball for the Hornets. We'll be back at the start of this third quarter against Andover Central.
Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios. About a minute and a half away from getting the second half of basketball underway. And that last play, just talked to the scores table, and it will be an excessive fouling, not a technical, meaning that if Xavier Bell were to get a technical again, he would not be kicked out of the game, and it will not go on his stat sheet either. So, but it did end up being a jump ball, and that is a call. So possession arrow switches, but being the end of the half, it switched anyways. And a good game by Xavier Bell. We saw nothing from him in the first quarter, but had 9 from him in the second quarter. And Jacob Byrne, big story for him, was in the first quarter, hit 4 threes, went cold in the second quarter, didn't even attempt a three-point shot. And the Hornets have to find some way to integrate him into their offense once again, because they need him to continue to extending this lead and hopefully at some point putting this lead out of reach for Andover Central. Then Gabe Phillips in the second quarter, an incredible quarter there, hit a 3-8 game-changing three, which was really huge, had 11 points in the second quarter and carried that offense to the point total they have now, which is 32 to Andover Central's 20 points. And we'll see what this Hornets team can do in the second half. But Austin, what do they need to keep up? What do they need to continue to do to extend this lead?
Well, Caleb, they got to keep doing what they're doing on the offensive end, and that is they're creating their own shots. Phillips being probably the best at doing that right now. But Jacob Byrne, after he couldn't hit a couple of threes, he was able to get in the paint and throw that lob to Braden Gray. But as I'm saying, the Hornets have to be able to drive in, create their own shots, because this man-to-man defense is good. The help man-to-man defense is good, but the on-ball man-to-man defense, the Hornets are able to beat them. That is led by Gabe Phillips. And if you notice, the Jaguars are switching everything. So if the Hornets can keep moving the ball, one of these times they're going to be able to get a mismatch. And usually that mismatch has been Gabe Phillips being on somebody. And then Isaacs drives in and one. Eli Isaacs going to the line. Shamari Parnell, another foul called on him. He's not having a good night on offensive and defensive night. That's his 4th personal foul with 7:15 left in this third quarter. Here is Isaacs. Free throw. Good. 35-20 our score. Hornets starting fast, and in this game have been able to keep the lead, but we've talked about them not being able to keep leads and kind of letting up a little bit. They only have a 15-point lead, and we know how fast this Central team can score. We have a timeout, Andover Central. We'll be back as play resumes.
And we're back here after just a 30-second timeout. Your Hornets lead by 15. And they couldn't have picked a better way to start it off here, as they got an and one to start it off for Eli Isaacs, and then forced a timeout for Andover Central because it seemed like they weren't sure what they were doing. And Mason Burns draws yet another charge, the 7th charge he's drawn this year, and it happens to be against Xavier Bell. And it is obvious to everyone in this stadium, the Hornets are in his head as one of the best players in the nation. If you can get in his head, you will stop him. That has clearly been shown. He had 11 points in the second quarter, but other than that, absolutely nothing from a 3-4 team shutting him down. That is just incredible, and it's all by getting in his head.
Isaacs in the corner alone for 3, way off, as it looked like that was Matt Macy in the corner who was playing defense. He slipped, but then may have tapped Eli from the back. No foul, though. Here's Jerome Washington at the top of the key. Off the mark. Isaacs, another rebound. Hornets doing a great job limiting the second chance opportunities for Andover Central, which has kind of been where they beat teams, is they're able to get second chance opportunities. There was one possession I remember in the first half. I think they had like 5 offensive rebounds and then didn't even come up with a point. And then Gabe Phillips will be called for a charge. Good acting right there from Ty Herman. And coming in for the Hornets is Pons, who will be taking the place of Burns. Then for Andover Central is number 24, Clevenger.
Well, you said it earlier in the game, and it really stuck out to me. Braden Gray, not typically the guy that you see playing on around the three-point arc. So what Andover Central is doing is they're spreading Jerome Washington out, their biggest player, and that forces a lot of times Braden Gray to come to the outside and make plays he's not typically used to playing. But when he comes inside there, he gets stuffed by Braden Gray. So that's really the only place right now that Jerome Washington can attack.
Burn thought about the 3 up top. Hornets trying to extend a 15-point lead. Isaacs trying to find Bray off the pick and roll. Burn in the corner for 3. We know how he can create. But Ty Herman, great defense. Here comes the Jaguars. Wilson, a 3. Off the mark, rebounded by Isaacs. Coming up the floor are the Hornets. Pons inside, gets it go with his right hand. And the Hornets doing a great job. Defense is leading to offense, and that's how this Hornets basketball team has liked to play this year, and that's really how elite teams love to play, as if you can have a good defense, it will always lead to better offense. Braden Gray doing a great job on the defensive side tonight, as Jerome Washington makes the bucket, but Gray got another block right there and then went and tried to use his hustle and try to save the ball and knock it off of Washington, but he got the point right there. And then a timeout called by Coach Unrau and the Hornets. A desperation timeout as Pons was on the floor, but good basketball IQ from Coach Unrau right there. We'll be back when play resumes after a short commercial break.
And 4:16 remains here in this third quarter. Your Hornets lead by 15 points. And they've kept it up into the second half. Something they don't do often, especially against a strong team like this, but they've done everything they've needed to do. They're on pace to play 4 consistent quarters of basketball like we've said they need to do for quite some time. And so they can get a key win here, even though they have the same record. This is an incredible basketball team. Their record doesn't show who they really are in Andover Central, but this can be a key win here for the Hornets.
Ray Fleur on the inside. Good back cut by Pons. Got it to Dessenberger. He couldn't hang on, and then he'll go up with it. Ball's floated around into the hands of Isaacs. Eli Isaacs will drive in, get fouled. Foul on Andover Central, number 1, Wilson. That's Keaton Wilson's 3rd personal foul. 3 fouls for Andover Central as a team. Tagarmo checking back in for the Jaguars.
Well, speaking of fouls, I think one thing the Hornets really need to key off of is Xavier Bell. Not only are they in the leading scorer's head, but he also has 3 fouls. He's in foul trouble right now. And after his 3rd foul, coach immediately pulled him out, and rightfully so, being one of their best players. So if they're able to foul him out, not only will that shift momentum, but it will completely eliminate the best scorer on this team from the game.
Flora doing a good job on Clevenger to get him off of him. And Isaac's going to have to reset a play. No shot clock in high school basketball. And so the Hornets can take as much time as they need. But then Braden Dalrymple travels. Checking in for the Jaguars. Ty Herman, along for the Hornets, will be Byrne and Phillips, the two leading scorers tonight for Valley Center. Byrne has not hit a three since the first quarter. I don't believe he's even taken a three since the first quarter. They're doing a good job guarding him tightly around the arc.
Well, if there's one thing that every opposing team scouting report says, it's guard Jacob Byrne, and rightfully so. He hits them, and he hits them at a good rate, then there's no stopping him. And it's tough to win a game when Jacob Byrne is hitting threes.
But it's also tough to win a game when Gabe Phillips is on fire from three-point land and driving inside, creating his own shots. Gabe Phillips right now is the offensive MVP, doing a great job for this Valley Center team.
Phillips has 14 points on the night and 2 3-pointers on the night.
And that was off the leg of Dessenberger. And checking in for Valley Center is Gray. Dessenberger heads to the bench. Garmo set to pass it in. And it looked like his foot almost went over the line. Pons with it. Jacob Byrne, transition three between the legs. A little bit of swagger on that dagger. 43-24, 2:14 left in the third period. And then a timeout called by Andover Central. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios when play resumes.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. An incredible three there by Jacob Byrne. And in transition, all you have to do as a three-point shooter is just slip off to the outside. No one ever or hardly ever notices you. And he had a wide open three and just shifted the momentum a little bit more into the favor of the Hornets side. This Andover Central team, a team that averages 55 points per game, and they're held to 24. That doesn't even sound right in my mind, but that is the current score right now. And this Hornets defense has more than done its job.
And Bell drives in. Really the only solution for Andover Central right now has been Bell being able to create his own shot. And he's been at the free throw line multiple times tonight. He's there once again. That was a foul on Pons. That's his second personal. That one rolls in for Bell. Checking in for the first time tonight, we will see number 21, Brigden Stupka for Andover Central.
And only 3 other players have scored for Andover Central besides Bell, and one being Ty Herman, who hit a 3 earlier in this game, but like you said, only solution, and the Hornets have mostly shut him down compared to his season average. We'll see if this continues over into the fourth quarter.
And that's one of the reasons, well, that is the reason, but it really shows on the scoreboard as the Hornets have put up 43 points through almost 3 quarters, minute 46 left in this third quarter. And I'm not sure, but I'm almost positive through 3 quarters that this is the season low for Andover Central.
Well, I don't know all their statistics, but I can almost guarantee that. This is Coach Unruh was talking about how he was embarrassed that the Hornets put up 42 in one of their tournament games, and this coach has to be embarrassed right now because their team is struggling. Andover Central being this defense is just on fire.
Isaacs, Byrne in the corner for 3. And that goes off the top of the rim. And it'll be Jaguar ball. Bell, the floor general for the Central Jaguars. Inside to Stupka. Try to get it to Bell. Ball up in the air. Fought for. And under a minute to play, Isaacs steals the ball from Bell. Isaacs going to take it himself. Be pinned off the backboard, but not after a foul from one of the two Jaguars who were down there. It was on Stupka, or excuse me, that was on Herman. So Isaacs at the line again. Here's his first. Gets that one up and in.
Isaacs 7 for 8 from the free throw line. Ratio that the Hornets saw not too long ago with Jamari Jordan, but he'll miss his second.
Second name for the Hornets is Pons. Pons with 3 fouls for the Hornets, or excuse me, 2 fouls. He picked up his last foul before he went to the bench, and Phillips will head to the bench for the Hornets. Stupka up top. Trying to find Bell is inside. Cross-court pass. Back into Stupka. 30 seconds left. Hornets playing good man-to-man defense.
Well, I talked with the girls team about how they're almost predicting the passes before they happen. That drive, that possession defensively right there showed that to perfection. There was a cross-court pass, and Jacob Byrne was already there to guard it. He knew what was coming before it even came, and that just shows incredible defense. That's why they've been able to hold this prolific offense to 28 points.
And Braden Gray will end the third quarter on a play we don't usually see from him, and that was he took a dribble underneath the basket, got that left-handed floater to go. We'll be back at the start in the fourth and final quarter. 46-28 our score here in Valley Center.
And we're back here at Hornets Studios. Your Hornets started off the second half with an incredible third quarter, and that's exactly how they wanted to start it off. They have just played incredible. 8 points from Andover Central, 14 from the Hornets, and statistically, when the Hornets win, they outscore the other team in the second half, but when they lose, they get outscored in the second half, so they're on rate to win. We'll see what they can do here in the fourth quarter.
Phillips inside, another floater. That's been where he's making his money tonight, along with 2 threes from him. Bell, an open 3 from outside. And that just goes to show that he's really struggling in this game offensively, and it's come to bite him in the butt is now he has almost no confidence in his shot, in his three-point shot there, as he hesitated when he first was about to shoot, and then he ended up shooting it way short. Isaacs, a 3, no hesitation from there. He'll go roll in and out. Braden Gray with the rebound. Shamari Parnell back in. He does have 4 fouls, so Pons will check in for the Hornets as Phillips heads to the bench, but Shamari Parnell, 0 points and 4 fouls for this Andover Central squad. If the Hornets can foul him out, it'll be a big momentum changer, and Parnell, one of the best defenders in the state of Kansas, and so fouling him out will be a big thing offensively for the Hornets. Ty Herman, a 3 off the mark. That's kind of been the story of the night for Andover Central. And then a rebound by the Hornets inside. Isaacs, no good. Almost a putback finish by Braden Gray, but he'll get the 2 points. And now the Hornets are up by 20 to Andover Central. I don't think anyone in the crowd expected this performance from the Hornets tonight, especially on the defensive side. It'll be tipped out of bounds by Braden Gray. But as I was saying, so last year, if you look at the Hornets game against the defending state champs, the Andover Central Jaguars, the Hornets were not able, or had a 1-point loss, and then in their home game, they got blown out by, I believe it was near 30 points. Parnell hits a 3 right there for Andover Central, but I believe it was almost a 30-point loss for the Hornets last year against this Andover Central squad. And I know Isaacs last year, when they lost by 1, he was devastated. And knowing that these guys are the defending state champs and being able to put on a clinic on the defensive side tonight, as Jacob Byrne will be called for an offensive foul. But on the defensive side, the Hornets have come out, played with intensity all game, not allowed Bell to do what he normally does to teams, getting Shamari Parnell in foul trouble. Jerome Washington been quiet all night. I mean, it's just been an excellent performance and an excellent game plan that Coach Unruh put together coming into this game. The game's not over, though. It's a 17-point game. But and as we know how fast Andover Central can score, as Shamari Parnell hits another 3.
Well, Parnell not typically a scorer, and that was something that they made sure to mention on the scouting report, but that might be a guy to watch out for. You heat him up late, and this game could change sides.
And Xavier Bell rises up. That could have been a monstrous dunk from Bell right there. Gabe Phillips probably did the right thing and fouled him, and he's going to the line. But good play from Phillips right there to stop what could have been a major momentum shifter. After hitting 2 threes, Andover Central comes back 48-34. Our score will be back when play resumes.
Well, we're back here after the timeout. 5:13 remains in this contest. Your Hornets lead by 14, excuse me. But I see a little bit of a run going, a little bit of a pattern forming for Andover Central. And the Hornets need to shut it down and shut it down quick, because there is 5 whole minutes remaining. And might not seem like much time, but with such a prolific offense, any time is very valuable, and any time can mount a comeback, as Xavier Bell makes his first free throw. And he's only missed 1 free throw up to this point. But right before the timeout, went for a dunk over Gabe Phillips and was fouled by Phillips. So here comes the Hornets offense.
So it's a 12-point lead for the Hornets. And we've said multiple times they need to put 4 consistent quarters of basketball together, which I still think is very possible to do. They put 3 great quarters together. But one thing the Hornets have done a lot this season, and we saw it in the Goddard game, is they were able to pull away at the end, but they start to let up on the intensity. And as a coach, you want to see, since there is no shot clock in basketball, you want to see a little bit of stalling and finding the best shot, but also you got to play with the same intensity, especially on the defensive end, but also on the offensive end. You can't give up open shots. You just got to play basketball through the last quarter, especially when you're in the lead. And that's one thing that teams have done to Valley Center that Valley Center hasn't been able to do to teams in the past couple years. Let's see if the Hornets can. They're hanging on to a 12-point lead, and they're going to run their play. They're going to run it through, but they have to keep the intensity up. And if they find an open shot, you take it, just like it was in the first 3 quarters for the Hornets.
Well, and that's one of the things you mentioned, Austin. It's tough to go from stalling on the offensive side of the ball to playing the same aggressive, no-nonsense type defense that they play on the defensive side of the ball. Going from one side of the court to another, the mindset has to completely change, and that's really tough to do. It takes a lot of discipline from a basketball team.
And what the Hornets are going to do is they're going to stall as much as they can. And then Jerome Washington will commit a foul on Jacob Byrne. That'll be on the floor. That's only the fifth personal or team foul, for Andover Central. And checking in is DeGarmo, along with number 10 Taylor for the Jaguars. Byrne set to pass it in on the sideline.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and mention the Patriots. I was watching the Patriots game a couple weeks ago where they played the Titans, and how valuable the Titans stalling was to keeping the Patriots from making a comeback. Stalling is so valuable in just about every sport. You have the lead, and you're going to get pressure by the defense. That's shown, as we just saw right there. But being able to correctly stall, being able to keep possession of that ball is so valuable, because we see a slow trend starting, a slow run starting from Andover Central, and the Hornets have to know how to waste time and be able to keep that lead going to the end of the game. We'll be back here at Hornet Studios after a short break. And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 3:38 remains here in this fourth and final quarter. The Hornets clinging on to a 12-point lead over the defending state champion. We'll see what they can do here with these last couple minutes.
Isaacs finds Byrne. We talked about stalling. The Hornets do have the opportunity to stall as much as they can, but they have to be able to make points when needed. Isaacs finds Braden Gray. And the Hornets doing a great job of stalling. 3:08 left in the ball game. 12-point lead, and that'll be a foul called on the Jaguars. They're going to get number 12, Herman. It's his 4th personal. And it's only the 6th team foul, so no free throws yet for the Hornets. After this foul, it'll be a 1-and-1. And if you're Andover Central, you probably don't want to foul Isaacs and Byrne. And if you're the Hornets, you want to get the ball in their hands when it comes down to time to foul.
Well, that's one of those things. The Hornets who were doing an incredible job of stalling there, and no one was stopping them on the defensive side of the ball. So I understand why they're fouling, but there are so many players in foul trouble there. As Ty Herman fouls out there, he had 5 points in the game. But I understand the concept of fouling with the offensive possession being so long. But they have so many players in foul trouble, it's hard to do that without risking some of your best players.
Here's Gray at the free throw line. Valuable free throws off the mark. And it'll be Central ball. Checking in for Braden Gray is Ponce. So the Hornets going with a smaller lineup right now. And they're just going to try to play good defense, not allow any easy buckets. And if you're Andover Central, you got to score fairly fast here in these last couple minutes. Phillips running the floor. And that'll be a backcourt violation, so it goes back to the Hornets. They'll have another opportunity to try to keep the ball away from Andover Central as much as you can. Ray Flora checking back in for Valley Center, along with Trey DeGarmo of the Jaguars. Byrne got it to Phillips. Phillips doing a good job keeping his balance, not stepping back court. And then Gabe Phillips gonna take it in himself. No good on the floater. And
well, you said it, Austin. The Hornets have to take every chance they can to score, and Gabe Phillips did just that. Unfortunately, off the mark, but you have to keep continuing to try to extend this lead. It will be called a charge, I believe. That's what it is.
They're going to get Xavier Bell on a charge, and that's his 4th personal. And the Hornets doing a great job not allowing Andover Central to score. And that's kind of been the story of the game, is they've only allowed 36 points. Some of the best defense I've seen all year from the Hornets. Isaacs, great move, takes it inside. Phillips will take it himself. No good on the left-handed layup. And Bell going to bring it down, coast to coast. Xavier Bell brings it down. And a foul, and a charge called on Xavier Bell. That's his 5th personal. He's out with Ty Herman on the bench for the rest of the game. 2:05 left. And that is Mason Burns' 8th charging foul on the season, I believe. He's starting to fill up the locker room by himself on the charge wall. And just what the Hornets needed. Braden Dalrymple checked into the game for Valley Center. He'll be trapped in the corner, found Flora. And another foul called. This time they're going to get number 3, Washington. And Flora will be at the line for the Hornets. So I talked about the Hornets needing to be able to score on the offensive end, but they're doing a great job keeping the ball away from this Andover Central squad. And it's working because their defense has really been the story of the night, and that's what's only allowed 36 points for a team that averages 55. Flora hits both.
Well, I know the game's not over, and there's still plenty of time left. 1 minute, 50 seconds, and we've seen how fast this offense can score. But this, up to this point, has been the ideal game. Every game that the Hornets, unfortunately, they don't do as well in the second half, as we talked about. But this has been the game that they want to be able to play. They want to be able to play 4 consistent quarters of basketball and continue to dominate quarter in, quarter out, and that's exactly what they have done, and they no better time to have done it here as they beat the defending, or not beat the defending state champions quite yet, but on track to. Long 3 from Jerome Washington, but that's one of those things, is that they have played up to this point the best basketball and the ideal basketball that they've been looking for.
Well, Isaacs makes a good move to get across half court, speeding past the defense. And with 1:15, the Hornets going to have the ball. Isaacs. It's an 11-point lead. Byrne drives in, floater, pass into the hands of Flora, and another foul will be called on Andover Central. Here, this time it was Clevenger who got called for his 1st personal foul. At the line is Flora, shooting 2 for Valley Center. 1:02 left. He made his first 2 free throws. Gets that one to go. One thing about Ray Flora is he's never the type of guy to go into a gym and shoot 3-pointers automatically. He works his way to the 3-point line as he hits that one too. I know I've seen him since middle school do it, go into a practice, and he shoots little 5 to 10 foot jumpers before he even shoots his free throws, and then shoots 3-pointers. So he works his way up, and we're getting, I believe, chance with 45 seconds left in this game. And another foul will be called on Andover Central. A big win if the Hornets can hang on, winning by 10 with 41 seconds left. Not out of the woods are the Hornets. They still got to make free throws as Gabe Phillips is at the line. But if the Hornets can likely pull this out, Phillips hits his first. This will be a major league win for the Hornets and a confidence booster. Going into January Jam next week, they're going to be at a 4-4 record, and that's going to be a big confidence booster, really, to put them on track for the rest of the season. Braden Dalrymple checks in for Flora, and
that's one of those things, is that it's been since 2006 the last time the Hornets won their own January Jam, and it was 2006 the last time the Hornets had a winning record. They'll tie themselves at their record for 500 in winning percentage, and they're looking to go into January Jam, go into their own tournament and dominate, because if they can do that, that will set them up. That's almost like the All-Star break here in high school for the Hornets. If they can do good here in January Jam, that will set them up for the rest of the season and hopefully get them a winning record.
And Andover Central throwing out some desperation shots, down by 12. No good on all those threes right there. Braden Dalrymple got a valuable block right there from the Hornets, as it looked like Wilson was about to have an easy 2 points. Checking in for the Hornets will be number 11, Cade Wilson. Wilson, just a sophomore. We've seen him a couple times get in the game. He's done some valuable works when he comes in for the Hornets. And here he is right here with the ball. And the Hornets will be able to run out the clock. And as I say that, ball gets blocked out of bounds, but it'll be Phillips, or Byrne, trying to check it in for probably one last time. 11 seconds. Isaac's going to walk across half court. Standing ovation from the crowd. 12-point victory for your Valley Center Hornets over the Andover Central Jaguars. A prolific defensive game for the Hornets. What a game it was to call, Caleb. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios, and coming up next weekend is January Jam. That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be it from us here at Hornet Studios. I'm Austin Koash alongside with Caleb Rose. Your Hornets take a victory over the defending state champs.